Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome back to another lovely day on the Performium Wild SMP. It is Tuesday, December the 12th, 2023. I had a little bit late start because I needed to reboot my computer. I had been doing a whole lot of different stuff, and I realized my uptime in conjunction with all the different stuff made it so that I was having some latency issues for frame rates and things like that. So I said, you know what, clean slate, let's reboot the computer. So here we are. A little bit of a late start, only about 15-ish minutes, not too bad. And today isn't anything serious planned. Today I'm going to be working on the Menger Sponge on Wild SMP, and I realized something while I was getting things set up. When you are building at this sort of scale and you are on a server that has the chunks limited to 4 chunks away in any direction, it is hard to get a sense of actual relative location unless you have some sort of point of reference. And what I mean by that is I can go this way, and I can go this way, And I can go sideways and sideways. And you don't know where I am on the sponge. But if I do this, even more surprising, I was looking down the side. Now that may have been a little bit obvious if you were paying very close attention to the direction that a lot of these images were facing, but if you weren't, this was just me dancing around, maybe on an unfinished surface like this or something. And even if I had let the sun cartwheel over my head, it still would have looked like I was just, looking at the horizon with the sun just setting or rising or whatever. It was just an interesting observation that I had. So today, I'm going to be working more on getting this built up. I would like to achieve this before next week. I would like to get to here. And so I'm going to see how much of that I can do today. I'm only starting with 5 shulkers of chiseled deep slate. So it's certainly not going to happen today. I'm going to be needing to, after I'm done with these 5 shulkers and some change, I'm going to need to go make some more chiseled deep slate, and that's fine. Oh man, look how far down all that is. And what's even funnier is there's a whole bunch of stuff down below that. That is so wild. Like that right there. That, let's see here, that line is 1/3 the way up. So that means that 1/3 of the height is down there, and you can only see that little bit of it. Here's the next third, and then the final third goes up there. I love this project. This is a great project. This soothes my brain like Ricola soothes my throat. Hashtag not spawn. Let's see here. We have. Well, first off, before I do anything else, we have to bring this up so I can say thank you to the people who are helping to support my channel and my projects and make it so that I can do things like replace my monitor and keep my Dinobot for Discord going once a year and all that other kind of stuff that just helps the machine run more smoothly. Thank you guys ever so very much for what support you can offer. Right now, the people who are helping on Patreon include Elmaze Levins, Augment, Finium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero. But if you cannot support by way of like $1 a month or something like that through Patreon, if you don't want to get your name shouted out, or you don't want to do a Streamlabs tip or something like that, get a little bit of a fanfare if you do a donation, then you can always just like and subscribe and comment on my videos and share my channel. That would be lovely. I am oh so very close to 2,000 subscribers. I can taste it. I'm 3 away. It's so close. As a matter of fact, who knows? It might be 2 away. I haven't refreshed the page. Let's come back over here to dashboard and hit refresh. Still only 3 away, but that's so close. What am I going to do at that 2,000 mark? I honestly, I didn't think it was going to approach this quickly. I was on pace for it to be, next year, and so uh, I hadn't planned ahead. So now I'm going to have to scramble to come up with something to do for sure for the 2000 celebration. I was thinking maybe some sort of a look back, or maybe a look forward, or maybe a bit of both. We'll see how it goes. But let's minimize this. I don't need you up. I don't need you up anymore. Boop. I do need to come over here to Discord because in addition to helping to support the channel, Exploits Ninja Zero also helps to keep things going over on the Discord a little bit by submitting dad jokes through the Dinobot. And today's dad joke, well, there's two of them. One of them is more like a Shaggy Dog joke. I don't really categorize Shaggy Dog jokes as dad jokes. Yes, they are the same motif, plays on words, and weird, unexpected kind of humor that comes from something that's not necessarily a typical humor source, but when it comes to Shaggy Dog jokes, I consider them to be their own thing. And the first Dinobot Shaggy Dog joke that was summoned today was summoned by Cuddles, and it was Mahatma Gandhi, as you know, walked barefoot most of the time, which produced an impressive set of calluses on his feet. He also ate very little, which made him rather frail, and with his odd diet, he suffered from bad breath. This made him a super callous, fragile mystic plagued with halitosis. I'm sorry, this one says hexed with halitosis. I originally learned the joke, plagued with halitosis, to go along with the song. But that's, even as short as that is, just a few sentences, it still feels like a Shaggy Dog joke. So while I accept it on the panel of dad jokes, I do not give it a rank of master. But this other dad joke that was summoned by Exploits Ninja Zero, I used to think I was indecisive. But now, I'm not sure. That is more succinct. It's definitely got that little rapid twist, and it feels more like a dad joke. Anyway, that is the dad joke for the day. Let me minimize. Oh, I don't need to minimize yet. I first need to come over here and grab my YouTube link. Copy. Now I can minimize this. And then I come over here and I go, how do I want to do this? Come hang out with us as I build more monoliths and chill, do music. Paste, gather it all, paste again. And now we go over to Candy. When I first started up today, my network connection was rather crawling, and I realized what was causing it. Almost immediately after booting up, Steam decided to start its downloads. I will add monolith on Wild. There we go. Wild. Let's see here. Can I leave before anyone says? Haha! Cool. P weather clear and P time at noon. There we go. Back to this. Uh, I have. So, hello, Hugney Jacobson. I don't know if I have the pronunciation for that first vowel in your name, but I tried at least to Americanize it. Welcome to my my channel and my streams. Today I'm working on one of my mega projects that is on Wild SMP, which is part of the Performium network, Minecraft network that spans basically all the versions, so it doesn't matter what version of Minecraft you're playing, you can join this. It is found over here, mc.performium.net. You can see that in yellow text over on the right. Yeah, my mouse shows up. Cool. And I am building a project that uses 3.2 million blocks. It is called a Menger Sponge, and this is a tier 5 Menger Sponge. It is a fractal, a physical representation of my mathematical dorkiness. Manifest through chiseled deep slate on a public server because why not? Oops. Oh, well, that doesn't go there. So today I have some fantastic news. Good news, everyone! When it comes to my my 1.20.2 data pack build, why is it misbehaving so strangely? Anyway, I have been off and on contacting a lot of data pack and mod developers for Minecraft because I've run into a situation for my data pack collection. Mojang, in all their infinite wisdom, for a brief glorious period had allowed more than the 26 tabs in the advancement space here to be allowed by having page number up here. You could switch between page numbers and see any tabs that were beyond page 1. And most of the time you're never going to go beyond 26 tabs, but I don't do things small. And for my data pack collection, I have about 80 data packs, at least 75. And everyone wants in on the advancement tab action to advertise their project and to have the advancements for their data pack or their mod or whatever. And within the first 5 data packs that I installed, I was past the 26 mark. And so every time I launched the game, it randomly selected 26 to be visible on the front page, and that was it. That's all I got. If I wanted to see more data or more tabs on the advancements, I would have to relaunch and pray for the best. So I was contacting lots and lots and lots and lots of different people who had as images to describe their projects. They had images of the advancements page that were non-standard. They had larger than normal screen size, or they had more tabs in the 26 or whatever, different kinds of information. Anyone that had some sort of advancements page that looked different. I contacted them asking where they got their thing. And after about a dozen or so people of me sending out questions to, one of them finally got back to me, and they sent me in the direction of a modder named Char, who had one called Advancements Info. And I just raced over there, downloaded it in hopes that maybe it could fix my issue. It didn't. It just made the advancement screen larger. However, I then decided to contact them. Ooh, that one's not even full. That would be the incomplete one that she was talking about. Anyway, it was still limited to the 26 tabs. So I contacted Char directly. They on their GitHub, they had as part of their About Me, they said who they were on Discord, so I took a gamble and I sent them a friend request. And they actually accepted, and I was able to start a conversation with them and explain what was going on. And let me tell you, the Dev Whisperer strikes again. I managed to, through the course of the conversation and explaining what the need was and all that, get them to begin work on a way to, using their own mod, to scroll through the advancements tabs. And I said, it doesn't need to be pretty. It doesn't need to be fast. It just needs to work. And people love to hear that. They don't want to have to be rushed. They want to get their project done right. It is their project after all. And if it doesn't need to be pretty, if it just needs to work, then that saves so much heartache. So I waited, and yesterday, after I was done with my stream, I got a message from Char. They said, this should do it. So I downloaded it and installed using the most recent version of Fabric, launched through the regular Minecraft launcher, and I had to include the appropriate Fabric API and other stuff, but still, I launched it, and I went in and went into one of the worlds that I had only sort of marginally begun work on, and even that, I was able to scroll through 31 advancements tabs. So it works. It works like a charm. It is perfect. So I might very well be the only person on Earth who has and will be using a 1.20.2 advancements tab scrolling mod for its intended purpose, to be able to go through all the different tabs on my advancements screen. I am so happy. I am just overjoyed that it's working. I honestly wasn't expecting anything. I was expecting them to come back and say, I've looked into it and I'm not sure if I can do it. That's what I was expecting. But just a couple of days of looking into it, they presented something that actually functions, and I am just ecstatic. This is great. I'm so happy. I was thinking of excuse me, I was thinking of streaming some of the data pack related stuff today, but I I didn't have a spreadsheet set up for what I wanted to accomplish, which is finding out what stage I will be using the different data packs in during the course of the challenge. So I will possibly be streaming that tomorrow. So instead, I decided today I was going to work on different Minecraft, and that is specifically the Menger Sponge. That way I'm also making some headway on this. Progress is good. Mine diamonds! I could mine diamonds, but there's no diamonds up here in near space. I do have diamonds somewhere that I could probably place and just mine some diamonds. But your experience of mining diamonds and my experience of mining diamonds are going to be largely different. Oh, I didn't do the interior ring before. Okay. Because I have Silk Touch on this thing, and all you're going to be getting out of that is the diamond ore. You'll get 2 of it, but that's all you'll be getting. I'll just leave that there. Oops. Well, yeah, I am so thrilled that they got back to me, and more importantly, that they actually had the know-how, time, and willingness to make an updated version of their mod which scrolls through the tabs. Very happy. Oops. Also, in other news, this is on the Skyrim project. I have managed to hear back from the dev who recently updated I don't remember if you have fly. I think you do. You do! Hello! But the dev was the one who had not updated all of their mod from Legendary Edition, and it was kind of tall, and it was causing some graphic issues because of face data, and they went ahead and re-updated their mod to the Anniversary Edition compatibility, and I managed to get it to start, and in an undocumented way, the quest line began, but there was no waypoint. There was no real information on who to talk to next. So I thought I still was dealing with a broken mod, but as it turns out, you're just supposed to talk to every sailor you can find in every port town that you can find until you find the right sailor to talk to in the right port town. It is not marked who you talk to specifically. So I finally managed to talk to the right one, and the quest advanced. So I have confirmation that it is working, and this is great news. Because I'm hoping to use their mod as part of the storytelling process to denote why excessively giant creatures seem to be coming from the planet Nern. Because my character is a leader of the Explorers Guild, let's say. Except the Explorers Guild is an interplanetary Explorers Guild. Think like Star Trek. And he is trying to understand what's going on with why his instruments are going haywire in the area of this planet, and also why there are reports of excessive gigantism from lots of different kinds of creatures. Anyway, the mod in question features the mod in question adds massive creatures to the world space that you have to go fight. And they're all found at sea, and they have enormous amounts of hit points, and they are just a pain in the butt. However, they are all technically canon. As a matter of fact, the giant mud crab that they add is smaller still than the one whose shell resides in Morrowind. So what's even more terrifying is the mobs that this mod adds, giant though they may be, are not as big as even the lore provides. And I'm basically using several of the mods that I have installed as a way to tell the story of my character. It's an immersion role-playing character. I'm going to be doing mostly streams, some videos with them, and it's going to be just from the perspective of this person who only marginally understands what's going on with the social structures and things like that. They're from space. They know what space aliens know about the world, but they also know that just like all the other space aliens, they have all these different special abilities that come from being cosmic beings, and they are intrigued by the fact that they found one of the planets that has attracted a bunch of cosmic beings that, just can't make anything else of themselves. So they are playing at God on this little backwater planet. However, this backwater planet does have some weird things going on of its very own. And the weird things are the things that are attracted or are attractive to the researcher. And so they basically possess the mind of someone who is on the planet, and they are doing an in-person investigation as to what is going on. Hello, Popcorn. Welcome to the stream. And to the sky above. How art thou? Oops. Rumpf. I am still on the recovery side of whatever this cold flu thing was. It didn't really turn into full-blown pneumonia, thankfully. And what my wife had was able to be halted in its development. She had started to get some unpleasant coughs. Went into the urgent care, got looked at, and got prescribed some antibiotics, and she took the full regimen of those and no longer is having the issue. So thankfully it seems that we are both past the worst of it, but I still have a little bit of a throat thing going on, but not enough to prevent me from being able to stream, thankfully. Being sick is awful. But you know what isn't awful? Today's sponsor, the like button. Now, if I had the choice of a sponsor, I know exactly who it would be. As a matter of fact, I've got right here 2 of its examples. Those are glass bottles of a caffeinated guarana infused energy drink type thing. I have been making use of it since 1998, 1999. At the very least. I know I was using it back in the 90s, for sure. And it was popular around geeks and computer techs and stuff like that. because it was frequently sold at places where computer parts could be found. And it is the drink called Balls, Bawls. Not what you might think, but it is a very tasty drink. It doesn't have that sourness that a lot of energy drinks have. Think of it like the spikiness of a good McDonald's cold Sprite with the flavor profile of a slightly less sour squirt. It still has that lemon lime. It's not over sugared like the lemon lime might be in Mountain Dew. It is just peppy enough to go in just the right spot for having a nice crisp sharp drink, fizzy in just the right way, and it's also quite tasty but not overbearing. It's sweet but not too sweet, and you know, it's got that caffeine kick and the guarana for the extra brain capabilities. And I've recently discovered that they have more than one flavor, and so as a birthday / Christmas combo gift to myself, I got a sampler pack of their drinks, and they have let's see here, they have the normal, just the classic. They have root beer, they have cherry, they have cherry cola, they have orange, they have what's the green one? I don't remember what the green one is. Ginger ale. They have ginger ale. And who knows, maybe they even have more, but I don't think so. I would expect that if I have received a sampler of their stuff, then it is a sampler of all the different kinds of stuff they have. Now, this sampler, a little bit pricey, but I mean, it's no more pricey than any other energy drink. And I'm making it last. I'm not going through the whole case in a week or whatever. I'm having one soda a day. Well, today I might have two. That's why I have 2 bottles. But it is very tasty. All of their sodas, I have now tried one of each, and they are all just fantastic. Just the right amount of caffeine to make you not want to be sleepy. Well, I mean, unless you have ADHD, in which case it's just enough caffeine to not make you want to be sleepy. I guess that works both ways. Because with ADHD, caffeine works the other direction. Too much caffeine knocks you out. But with this, it's not too much. So it's not going to be knocking you out if you have ADHD, but it's also not going to be overwhelming for the rest of the crowd. It's just the right amount of caffeine. So if you're out there listening to me, Balls, I would be more than happy to receive sponsorship. It's unlikely to ever happen, but you know, you'll never get drawn if you don't put your name in the hat. And also, hi Monkey, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? It has been a while. You are very good. That is terrific news. I'm glad to hear it. Always nice to see when friends are doing well. Makes you feel good inside. I don't know if I remember you because I don't remember this name. I don't know if we met under this name. Like, would I remember you from Minecraft? If I remember you from Minecraft, then I would need to know your username. But if I only know you from my channel, then I'm not sure if I've interacted with your name before. Wait, your popcorn, cool. I have many questions. Because, oh, this is your main. See, I do know who you are. I know exactly who you are. Yes, you were working on your castle project and you left after finalizing the decision for your build plan. And then you said, or basically, when you came back, you would have to start disassembling one to make way for the other. That is what you were working on. I do remember that. Not very excited about the deconstructing, or not very excited about the constructing? Because the way I look at it is, instead of deconstructing a castle, you could just be pretending that you're tearing down a hillside that just so happens to be made out of castle blocks. And you're just, you know, getting some building materials as you dig. And it's a lot easier to work from a baseline that you've already established than it is to start 100% from scratch anyway. It's always going to be a lot easier. Alright, so this layer is more solid blocks. Yes, yes. Cuddles has also not been feeling well. Hi, Cuddles. Welcome to the stream. I shall try not to be excessively loud. Shouldn't have to worry about that. She has quite the headache. I used to use aspirin for my headaches and things, but after a while, I realized how much more effective ibuprofen was, and I have never turned back. I am going to drink some drink. Oh, and this soda, by the way, this lovely, delicious, yummy, please sponsor me soda comes in glass bottles, and the glass bottles have a sort of a grippy texture on them. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Oh, you call ibuprofen aspirin? In circumstances where I have a lot of pain, like when I hurt my wrist or my foot or whatever, what I do is I sort of double down, and this is a recommendation from people in the dental field who know a thing or two about pain relief. And what it is 2 normal strength ibuprofen and 1 normal strength Tylenol taken in conjunction cover all the needs of pain relief that you would get from the prescription what is the term for those controlled pain relievers, opiates or whatever, the same effect, same effectiveness, and this just comes from, you know, stuff that you can get off the shelf. Just 2 ibuprofen and 1 Tylenol, or if it's really, really bad, 4 normal strength ibuprofen and 2 normal strength Tylenol. When taken together, they just nip that pain in the bud. And it works on mouth pain, and almost nothing else works on mouth pain. So, you know it works if it works on mouth pain. You broke your wrist. You're not supposed to do that, buddy. Were you in the tryouts to be the next Tony Hawk and you didn't quite land the trick? Or you did land the trick just with the wrong part? Or maybe you were wrestling pirates at sea and you were defending the honor of your lovely lady, and they were just too much for you, and you injured yourself in the skirmish. Oh, you crashed on a bike. While being chased by ninja assassins who were suffering from a case of mistaken identity, and you managed to flee just in time for them to not chase you, but after you got away, in your haste, you slipped and fell and then broke your wrist. Ouch. I don't like getting hit by cars. It's not fun. I've tried it twice. Didn't like it either time. Excuse me. So it is. Yeah, it is definitely into Advent calendar season. Does anyone have any interesting Advent calendars? I don't really do Advent calendars because I wouldn't be able to keep up with them anyway. I would forget. I'd go, all right, hey, it's the Tootsie Roll Pop of the day or whatever, and then like 4 days in, I'd go, I'm forgetting to do something. Oh well, it must not be important. And then, like 3 days before the end of the calendar, I'd go, oh yeah, my candy! The best thing about Advent calendars, especially the ones with a little candy inside them, is the same good thing about every other facet of the pseudo-religious holidays. You don't have to be religious to participate. You can have a piece of candy every day during Advent and not feel any shame about eating all the deliciousness because it's just a calendar. Honestly, I wouldn't mind having a 365-day candy calendar. Wouldn't that be great? Oh, this is the layer that gets the torches on it. I think my favorite advent calendar I ever received was every single one had a gummy fruit wedge in it. And it wasn't like those sort of spice drops that, you know, you can get those orange wedges and all that. It was similar, but each one, it had like a candy rind and several different layers of flavor and texture and color. It was like the high quality version of these, and every single day was a different flavor. I loved that one. That was a great calendar. It was so tasty having a different flavor of fruit every single day. From raspberry to watermelon to blueberry to pomegranate. It was, oh man, so good. One was figs, and that got me sent on a Fig Newton kick for a while again. Oh, it's so good. This was like 20 years ago. And hello, Eric H, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't say hi in the middle of the things going on. My mind was on candy. I hope you don't blame me. Eric H, Eric with a K, very strong name, very Norse. Leif Erikson and Eric the Red. I love the name Eric. It means Lord of the World. And it's Naki Requiem. Welcome back. 365 days of candy. I mean, who would say no? Each candy is cut slightly less than 12th in size, total candy matching a regular advent calendar. Microdosing Advent. We could call the calendar Microdosing Advent. Get the marketing team together. We have a product. Anyways. Well, thanks for coming in. Good to see you again, as always. You're welcome every time. Don't be shy. You know the Discord. Do say hi from time to time. Uh-oh. That's no bueno. I heard a noise elsewhere. Someone sneezing through my paper-thin walls. because my dad has work nearer to here than where he usually spends his time in the morning, he will sometimes stay here overnight. Oops. And tonight is one of those nights, and I just heard him sneezing at the other end of the house. And that's no good. I hope he doesn't get what I have been going through. Even the healthiest of lungs don't fare well to these sorts of cold and flu symptoms. And his lungs, he has had the misfortune of having a condition in the past called pneumothorax, which is a fancy way of saying collapsed lung. And that's no bueno. Oh, alarm. It's alarming. Oh my. Whew. That made me jump out of my skin. That's great. On the subject of advent calendars, though, other than the calendar, I have no idea what Advent is. I know that it is a period of time surrounding and preceding Christmas. What's it for? No clue. I have no clue. I don't stay on top of any of those superstitious things all that much. I'm glad that people enjoy their D&D, but too many games, too many rules. To keep track of everything is just a pain in the butt. We're just zooming along. Any candy you open tends to disappear, fully disappear pretty quickly. Well, that's why the way these calendars work is each day is its own container. So you would have to go through the effort of opening each day. Advent calendars tend to be this container that has lots of little boxes cubby-holed in it. Over the course of 20 days or something like that, you open the first one, and then the next one, and so on and so forth. I remember I got one as a kid that was all scratch and sniffs, and it was all sort of Christmassy smells. I remember that. I remember by the end, it was very hard to distinguish individual smells because every day I would open the next door and I would go back and scratch all the ones I had already scratched before. And so that very first one was getting milder and milder and milder. And even back then, I had no idea what Advent was. We weren't of the persuasion in our household to follow that, so it was just a gimmicky thing for the holidays. Okay, hello. How are you? Nice to see you. Have you heard the good word about... Go away! Right in the middle, hole in one. Sweet deal. I love $2 bills. $2 bills are great. I used to, every weekend I would make sure that I had $100 worth of $2 bills. And then I would go to garage sales and I would buy things with $2 bills and 50-cent pieces just to make people scratch their heads. Because you would not believe how many people do not know. Oh, and I would also use dollar coins, those little brass dollar coins like this. Not even the Susan B. Anthony's, but the more recent ones. But you would not believe how many people do not know all of the currencies, even though they live in this country, because not all of them are regularly used. Tasty. Okay. So this is just all of these get 2 torches. Okay. BB2. I definitely don't need this many torches, but whatever. Boop. Boop. Be the light that the world needs. Oops. I used to also go to gas stations and because gas stations, they don't like to deal with all of the non-standard money. They like the $1 bills, the $5 bills. They like the quarters and the nickels. They don't like the dollar coins. They don't like the 50-cent pieces. They don't like any of that stuff. So I had this route. I would go through a bunch of the local gas stations and say, hey, before you do your end of day count, do you have any of the silly money that you don't want to have to deal with? I will buy it from you. So I'd give them $10. They'd give me $10. I mean, I'd be spending the money anyway. To me, it's just money. There's nothing collectible about a $2 bill. So I get my funds for the next garage sale day, so I can bring a little joy to people's lives by saying, all right, I will buy this stack of books for $2. I clean out their nonsense so they don't have to deal with it. I spend it on stuff from garage sales. I bring joy to people at garage sales for selling their stuff and being the recipient of $2 bills, so they can have lovely little stories to tell people later that day or whatever. It's just joy all around. But the main reason that $2 bills were invented, by the way, is horse bets. Oh, PB2. Fun little piece of trivia. Placing wagers on horses. $2 bills. I'm reminded of a joke about funny money. So Billy Joe Bob, who is a little down on his luck, way down in Louisiana, Alabama, that area, he decides that he's going to start making some fake money. And after it's all said and done, he realizes after everything is printed and dry and good to go, that he's made a terrible mistake. A terrible, terrible mistake. Hello and thank you, Maddie Rose. Thank you for subscribing. He's made a terrible mistake. Because he realizes he put the wrong number on the money. But he still tries to make do with it. He goes down to the local supermarket and walks in all hat in hand. Hey, can you make change? And he hands over this $21 bill. Guy at the register looks at it, looks up at Billy Joe Bob, looks back at the money, holds it up into the light, says, I might could. How would you like that? 3 7s or 2 9s and a 3? It's not a great joke. It's just one that lives in my head and has since I was a kid. Honestly, my head is so full of frickin' jokes. Shaggy dog jokes, dad jokes, puns and punishment. Toilet humor, church humor. Anything you could think of, I've probably heard some version of that joke. Why was there a missing spot there? That was almost terrifying. Thank you, server experience. I've definitely fallen behind on just staying logged in for the sake of staying logged in on here. Definitely don't have my server streak anymore or anything like that. I have been spending so much time on my other huge projects that I can't just keep this running all the time, so I haven't been gung-hoing it like I was, but it's for good enough reason. I have lots of other large projects going, and I am not embarrassed about not having the streak anymore, either the login or the vote streak. It's just a thing. Largely the server XP is a slow route to get a little bit more gems. This last Saturday, I didn't even get up for the gem run. I didn't even bother. I was sick. I have been just unwell for like 2 weeks. I think 2 Saturdays ago I got up a little late and was able to participate in 1 or 2 of the gem runs, but whatever this was just really knocked me down. I am glad to say I'm on the mend, though. To the point where I feel like I could probably do the narration for some of the Skyrim audiobooks. So that'll be nice. I am for sure trying to stay on top of this project. I have a timeline in mind for it, and I'm right on pace with the timeline. So that's good. The Undercity build has taken a little bit of a progression hit because I'm trying to get this end of year stuff in place for the data packs and for Skyrim. But once all that's under wraps, I can start divvying up my time toward that as well again. But for sure, this one I'm using my time wisely, and I am making forward progress. Let's see something. F3-1, F3-2, F3-3. No, that doesn't do it. Okay. So that is more recent. I discovered that there are some additional F3 codes in more recent versions of the game, and on 1.20.2 for sure. There is one where you can actually see what your ticks per second are. It just has a little red bar in the bottom right, even when you're not on a server. It just says, here's what your TPS is. Dread Wolf. Stone Tootsie and Starlight, they tend to AFK on Wild. See, I have been on here for much longer than one server experience. I'm going to try something. But I'm on Hub 1. Let's go over to Hub 2. Alright, let's go to Hub 3. See, that's bonkers. I've been on here for over an hour and a half. That should be more than 1 XP. And it's so inconsistent when they do this. Whatever. Do I have any unspent ones of these? Nope. I have beheld a Cuddles. Mystery dust. I don't have enough. Let's go back to Wild. P time at noon. P weather clear. Clear. Ah. Sweet. I promised you, you were on there when I was on that hub. That's where you were. You're sitting on the pick server page. Oh. When was the last time you were on? Were you standing over by that particular mystery crate thing? Huh. Well, then I don't know, man. It's a ghost. Zoinks. So the real question is, was it the ghost of Christmas past, present, or future? Well, I will be here. The Ghost of Christmas Death. Ah, that reminds me. It's time for me to start listening to my Merry Photoghan Christmas playlist. A lot of people have made Lovecraftian Cthulhian versions of Christmas carols over the years, and I have amassed numerous of them in a playlist on my YouTube. And I like to just, you know, hit shuffle and enjoy the Lovecraftian carols. Relaxing is good. That's why I like to play this sort of chill music. Don't have to stress. Just building some cubes. Hardcore WoW. I do like the premise of it. Problem is, there are several circumstances where you would have to avoid certain quests if you were going to do that. Like there's a quest in, it's not Desolus, is Teneris the name of the desert that's down in south? Yeah, I think it's Teneris. Where Gadgetzan is. Right at the cemetery for Gadgetzan, there is this quest where you have to die so you can talk to a ghost. So you can do the quest. And that's the only way to do the quest, is to die to talk to the ghost. Would that be the run ender? Would you not be able to do that quest? Where would the criteria cut off? And also, what would your limitations be? What would be the expectations? Because of how open-ended the game is, and the very nature of what World of Warcraft is, you could very easily avoid all the places that would be excessively deadly and just stay over leveled for whatever zone you're currently in and still manage to get your questing done and still manage to get levels. Like I could probably make it all the way to 80 still without dying at all. Like back when I used to play WoW, my main character, the only time they died up until the point when I started doing like the 25-man raids and stuff. The only time that I ever really died was quest related. Either due to willpower or sheer dumb luck. It wasn't until, oh, I don't know, having full party wipes in instances and things during the Legion expansion. It was either Legion or Warlords of Draenor that I started just pressing my luck to try to get that extra little bit. Yeah, it was Warlords of Draenor. Legion had a bunch of spots too that I would press my luck on, but largely you can do World of Warcraft without having to put yourself in harm's way. So the challenge would have to be playing WoW without dying while still fill in the blank with some objective. Now, there are a number of classes that are a lot easier to play and not die. Especially back in Wrath of the Lich King. Druids were just the everyman class. You could do anything with a druid. Want to be stealthy like a rogue? Play a druid. Go in cat form, go sneaky, walk to the back end of a cave, kill the headmaster, get the loot, and stealth back on out. Or, if you didn't care about dying, you could go get the loot, and then let their minions kill you off after you've looted the corpse, and you've successfully done the quest, and now you're out of the cave. Back at the cemetery, go turn it back in, go do some more busy work until you're what's the name of the curse that you get for dying? Whatever, death sickness or something, resurrection sickness. That's what it is. Now, if you're doing hardcore, you don't get the luxury of res sickness runs, but with a druid, you can tank, you can heal, you can DPS, you can stealth, you can do basically everything that every other class likes, all in one. I have a warm place in my heart for Wrath of the Lich King druids. As a matter of fact, my private server is Wrath of the Lich King. But the main reason is back when I used to do the instances and stuff, my druid would always be at the top of the points for DPS and heals, sometimes in the same instance. And if there was a near total wipe, I had 3 resurrections that I could do, whilst also switching to temporary tank mode and get some frenzied regeneration on top of everything else. And then while everyone else was resurrecting. I'd repop the Mark of the Wild, give everyone plus 18 to all of their stats, and now the party's back alive again, and I can go back into my DPS mode and do some temporary off heals to help things go. I did that so many times that people tried to find me to ask me for joining their dungeons. It was great. I became recognized all because I didn't just main a character, I onlyed a character, and I knew it every which way. I was so familiar with that character that I knew exactly the timing for all the spells and everything that I needed to do. It was great. And also, the druids back then had some special capabilities that just no one else could do. Like, I could pop minions for free, one at a time, on any mob that I could target. They don't even have to be walking, like didn't even have to be able to get to them. They just had to be targetable. And I would pop like treants on stuff from a distance and let them whittle some stuff down at a distance and then root some things in place. And I could sometimes take on a small group while the rest of the party was doing other stuff. And then by the time we get to that point where my treants were taking care of things, there's nothing for us to have to deal with, and we could just skip that spot. It was great. They definitely nerfed druids after Wrath of the Lich King. Because honestly, they were a bit overpowered. Even from my perspective, when I was just overjoyed at being able to do anything I wanted, I was at the point where it felt like, oh, this is a little too easy. And this was before I even got the, what was the tier at the time, 5.2 gear, 5.3, something like that. I didn't even have all of my max level 80 gear. Once I got the max gear, man, I could solo just whole level 80 just normal instances by myself. Hellspire or Hellfire Ramparts, I think is the name of the one. I could do that solo at level 80, even though it's a level 80 instance. Yellow-orange quests only. It's a thought. but it might be fun. It might. Oh, speaking of games with challenges, I'm not sure what's going on with my Van Helsing. Uh, it is doing black screen still, and I have rebooted many times since then. So I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to be doing about that. I don't like that it's not functioning. I definitely don't like that it's not functioning after I started a character and put several streams in for building that character. I was having a lot of fun with Von Stomp. Oops. So I'm gonna have to do a little bit more looking into it after I get this Skyrim situation hammered out, and as well as the data pack thing for Minecraft, because I don't like having something like that not functioning, and not at least not knowing why it isn't functioning. I'd love to know what's going on with it. What I might have to end up doing is back up my save data, completely wipe the installation, like all of it, and then install fresh into a different directory, maybe? Okay. Now we get the full ring. I'll tell you one game that is rather fun to do hardcore challenge on, especially if you allow yourself to get too comfortable. Diablo 2, good old classic Diablo 2. Lord of Destruction expansion and all that. You can get going, take out the first few world bosses, and then, depending on your build, you show up in Act 4 or whatever, and suddenly you're squishy unexpectedly. Now there's lots of ways to avoid doing that, but it's very easy to get comfortable with your character in Diablo 2 and think, aha, I am all powerful. That's what makes hardcore runs fun in Diablo 2, is the ease with which you can get too cozy with your play. I mean, granted, just playing Minecraft can be fun for hardcore, especially if you give yourself some challenge limitations to go with it. But yeah, World of Warcraft could be interesting. A sort of enforced hardcore mode. Honestly, I don't know if there is a toggleable option for hardcore on World of Warcraft. Let's see here. I want to find out. So let me launch this. Yep, that's done. And let me launch this. And that's done. And let me launch this. Let's see here. I think if I do this, will that make the WoW server come to the front? I think I have to hide Minecraft. There we go. So let's go in with this. Can we make a new character be hardcore? That. No. It does not look like there's any option for hardcore on here. This is my private server, by the way. It's just Wrath of the Lich King, nothing fancy. I need to continue this character. Skyrim has been filling my RPG time, though. Wish I had my characters from that computer. No, I wish I had my characters from that computer, which is even more dead. That one, I had some pretty stupendous stuff going on. Oh well, so no hardcore. Interesting. And stop, and then come back over here to Minecraft. There we go. But yeah, my go-to in World of Warcraft is Druid. Tauren Druid specifically. Because I like the vibe of the Mukau people. A full Christmas rap album. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. It's that time, PV, or no, home, warehouse. No, I need to go home, bottom, And offload these into this storage here. There. Yep, this is the right aisle. That's full. Time for more chiseled deep slate. I guess I'll make about, I don't know, 5 of these. And then see where that gets me. I could make 10. It doesn't really take a long time to make one. And this goes in here. That's empty. I do wish you could do more than one stack at a time with this. But I'm glad that I can just make a stack at a time instead of having to manually craft the slabs and then combine the slabs into the chiseled and all that. Blech. I'm thankful for what I have. I do wish I could do more though because of the scale of my project. Oh, and once again, this little area in the top left like has the ring outline and all that kind of stuff. That is because of one or more of the data packs that I will be using, and I'm just too lazy to change my resource pack back to vanilla in between sessions, so this is nothing to do with Performium. It's just resource packs. Yeah, and on World of Warcraft, back when Warlords of Draenor came out, I reinstalled WoW, logged in, they said, well, here's free upgrade to Mists of Pandaria. But if you want to play modern WoW, you're going to have to get Warlords of Draenor. I'm like, fine, whatever. Because I had been having a hankering to play WoW for a while. And bought Warlords of Draenor. And obviously, it came with the, welcome back, it's been so long. Here, have a free month on us. And I played a lot. A lot. So much so that my earnings in gold, I was able to very easily buy a month's worth of time token. So I did that and played for another month. Had enough gold to be able to buy like several time tokens at that point. And then I kept doing this for many months. And it was a good experience. I enjoyed all of the new content that I had missed over the years. I enjoyed the new content. I enjoyed being able to basically play for free for half a year. More than half a year, actually. But then I realized that I was playing for the sake of being able to play for free. And I wasn't playing any of my other games and enjoying any of my other stuff. So I stopped playing again for a while. Then sometime later, Legion came out. I bought a month of that. Played a little bit there. Started focusing on getting the collectible battle pets and stuff like that. But I really only had the one main character, and he'd done it all and seen it all and had the t-shirt. I had so many feats of strength, or have so many feats of strength achievements that are just unachievable anymore. That I can just point at them and go, yeah, I remember when I got that one and that one, that one. But I have come to the realization that WoW is really good at what it does, and what it does is make you want to play more WoW. And if you've got things that you want to get done, this is not a good thing. That whole sentiment of just one more quest, just one more quest, just one more quest. Let me just go turn this quest in. Oh, I'm almost there. If I grind for another 18 minutes, I can get this achievement. And they designed it so well for all walks of life. Kudos to them for what they've done. But I definitely want to avoid having non-productive time vampires in my life. For now. So it's going to be quite some time, if ever, that I get myself... Wow, I have enough Battle.net money, whatever, to get, I think, another month of game time. And that's been sitting in my account for several years now. Because I don't want to get sucked back into WoW. Because I know if I do that, it is going to take over my life again. Because I absolutely have an addictive personality. And that game is tailor-made for attracting addiction. And there's nothing wrong with enjoying a game, as long as it doesn't interfere with other aspects of your life, and as long as you're getting joy out of it, and not causing other people harm, then games are perfectly fine. But me personally, I recognize that if I get into World of Warcraft, then other aspects of my life fall to the wayside. Because I go, well, I only have this 1 month of game time, so I need to make every moment of every single day count. And then everything else in my life just vanishes from my brain. Okay. Oops. Come on, double click. There we go. Back. Oh, my hand. Oh, ouch. Oh, that can't be good. Wrist issues. Okay, back to the Menger Sponge. And this should be plenty enough blocks to last me the rest of the day. What is that? Something like 17,200 something blocks total. Should be plenty. So I was going through just a random feed of different stuff, and I was reminded of this guy back in the days of Vine. Remember Vine? Good old Vine? He would start his little clips off with story time, and he would narrate whatever he saw in a very humorous way. Like he would walk up to someone who was holding their phone very close to their face, and he would say, "She loved the smell of her phone. She breathed it in deeply once more." And just to get the rise out of people to to see their responses, he he just it was great. He would show up out of the blue, uh, and so many of the things were absolutely authentic that you knew that the person did not know what was coming, and there were some people who were authentically, "Oh, you're the storytime guy," and stuff like that. So when it popped on my feed and it was a playlist of several of his things, I just had to stop everything I was doing and enjoy living in the moment because I had not thought about that guy for so very long. And then all of a sudden, here's story time on my screen, and I loved it. It was great. I hope that guy is doing wonderfully right now. Very positive energy kind of person. Um, there are a lot of resources out there that you can use for building characters by asking questions. Like, uh, One of the sorts of questions is the hidden hobbies. Like you ask, all right, what is this character's hobby? What is this character's hobby that they don't want other people to know about? What is this person's hobby that they'd love for people to know about, but no one seems to care? Uh, and and what is this person's hobby that if it got out, then they would feel so ashamed it would almost like ruin them. It wouldn't necessarily ruin them, but they would hate for it to get out. Like, oh, I hope no one finds out that I'm into underwater basket weaving or something. I don't know. But things like that, asking questions about innocuous parts of a character's life can help you decide what the more important parts of their life are structured like. What is their favorite color? Is there a reason? What's their least favorite color? Maybe their least favorite color is yellow because that was the main color of the flag that was on the standard or whatever it's called from the people who came through town and ruined the way everything worked and took Pawpaw away or whatever. Or maybe blue is their favorite color because even though they live in a landlocked area, they've always wanted to visit the sea, and sometimes they would lay on their back and stare at the sky upside down and pretend that the landscape was the sky and that the sky was the sea and that they were on an ocean voyage and things like that. There are lots of ways to build characters off of just asking seemingly innocuous questions, and they can lead to some very interesting ideas for answers. Like that ocean thing, I on the spot just came up with it. I mean, feel free to use it. I know I will, because it sounds fun. Heck, I almost want to go outside when it's not terribly cold and see what it might be like to stare at the sky upside down, laying on your back on the ground, pretending like you're out at sea. Sounds like pretty wild. Ooh, man, my neck. That's one thing about getting sick for me is a lot of the aftermath revolves around lots and lots of like neck and joint pain because of all the fever and inflammation that goes on during the sickness. It just leaves some lasting disquiet in my body and my joints and everything. I hate it. And man, my neck has been stiff the last week and a half or so, and it's only been the last couple of days that I've been able to start to pop it, get it to move around a bit. Oh man. This isn't even a getting older thing, this is a getting sick thing. Because I've always had this issue. When I'd get sick, my joints would just go, ugh, why? Being sick sucks. Why wouldn't you want the next batch to meet the previous batch? Have you watched the movie Moon? It's somewhat-ish recent. It chronicles the story of someone who is an employee for some corporation, who is overseeing the, well, the monitoring and acquisition of resources on the moon. And it is his entire job to stay there and make sure all the stuff is working right. And he gets injured. And then, very short order, a new version of him shows up in the base, and he manages to come back, the original guy, well, quote, original guy, and they meet, and, hey, this is weird, not gonna lie. So what now? And it turns out that everyone on the moon, all of the versions of them are all just clones of someone who's still back on Earth, who just offered to be the template. And turns out none of these moonlings were ever actual official people, but no one knows about this. And at the end of the movie, there's this big reveal and all that kind of stuff. But why would you want your next batch not to meet your previous batch? An answer to that would be you actually feel empathy for your previous batch and don't want them to feel bad that they've been replaced. Because the other way around, it really does not matter. If you are not an empathic kind of being, but if you have any empathy whatsoever, then you want to protect the feelings of the predecessors and sort of protect them from knowledge of their replacements. Let's see here. Tomorrow, I think I am going to just mess around with the data packs so that I can have a good foundation of what data packs I'll be using during which stages. Most of them are not going to get implemented until at or after the stone stage. I know that fully. I have also come to the conclusion that I don't want to immediately begin with the new in town content, because almost right off the bat you start getting the attacks from the tyrant, and what you have to do is you have to fend off these constantly spawning armored wither skeletons while also trying to close the portal. And it doesn't matter, it'll just keep happening. You will get wave after wave after wave of these things from the moment you set your caravan down. You don't even have to build any of the main structures. You can just simply be building flat empty plots, which is what my plan was going to be. And at the best of times, that's still rough to deal with a drove of wither skeletons on day one, but add to that the fact that you only get to use your fist, and you may not have a bed spawn yet because you haven't found enough sheep or whatever, because you don't have tools. I think I've decided I'm going to start the new in town outlier probably at or during the... Well, let's see here. The dirt and the wood stage, definitely not. I could theoretically get it started in the stone stage, but all I would be able to do is build empty plots and ramps. I wouldn't be able to build any of the structures like the town mine and the lumber mill and all that kind of stuff, because they need iron tools in order to build them. Huh. So I'm thinking I'm going to have to start it as the outlier during the iron stage at the absolute earliest, and actually use it as the outlier for the iron stage, and then just proceed as normal through the challenge from there. And that way I'm also using the production of the town to make the extra building materials that I need for other stuff elsewhere in my builds. I have to approve them manually. Well, that... That's not the way it used to be. It used to be anyone who had the link could view them. I did not know that that was different. I apologize. I will see what I can do about changing that on the Google Docs end, because they're supposed to be publicly available. Anyone with the link should be able to view them. Also, right now, patrons are able to view the Refugee to Regent channel, where I am compiling all the information for the challenge into a cohesive sort of a playbook, a checklist of things that I need for each stage. I had the next tier up earlier today, but then I realized I missed some information, so I'm going to refine the file and then re-upload it. What I'm doing is I have the channel set to only be able to be messaged by me. It's viewable by anyone with Patreon rank, but as I build, I am able to pin and also message link the different stages and put them into the initial pinned message, so that if you want to see the information that I will be using for the iron stage, you can click on that and it will zip you down to that post, and you'll be able to follow those things. And then I'm also going to be having information about the like the stats for the residential structure requirements and different things like that as additional links, so that inside the challenge itself I don't have to list out what all the stuff is that's needed for each of the buildings. I can just go see dwellings or whatever. But that is still being assembled. Hopefully I will have that all nice and done before the end of the year. I have set my pace to 2 days for every stage, and that will put me all the way up to New Year's Eve. Oops. Oh no, this is the right one. And then once the entire list is done, I will make it so that anyone who has access to the Discord can see the content of that channel, and then I will make it so that people who have the Patreon rank can add comments or whatever, or start threads at least. You can write in that? Uh-oh. Let's see here. Aren't our data packs, edit channel, permissions, Patreon. That says slash. It doesn't. So you can write in that channel, Cuddles? Oh. I see this. Delete message. Okay. Thank you for pointing this out. Hold, please. Edit channel. Permissions. Patreon. No sending messages yet. No reactions yet. Save channel or save changes. Give it a try again, would you please, Cuddles? And as far as the Google Docs thing, that looks like I'm gonna have to fiddle with the settings for each of the files individually. I'll do that after the stream. Don't want to spend too much time doing that. Alright, thank you for pointing that out and helping me with that, Cuddles. Cuddles, everyone. The peachiest of peaches. Wait a minute, I might be able to do that trick. Hold on. My drive. Let's search for R2R. I see. Refugee to Regent. Okay. If I select all of this, can I share 22 files? Restricted. Anyone with the link. If I do that and click done, can view. Okay. But not comment or edit. Done. Could you see if perhaps you can now access just any of the Refugee to Regent files? Because I just remembered that they had an update where you could do a mass modify in one of the updates for Google Docs. Look at me fixing a whole bunch of the things all at once. So that's the thing that confuses me about Discord is you can set it. There are 3 different stages of permission. There's green check marks, there's white slash, and there's red X. Obviously, the green check mark means yes, you can do the thing. The red X means no, you can't do the thing. But I don't understand what the white slash means. Apparently, I figured that by leaving it as the white slash, it would be default, and default is you can't do anything. So clearly, I do not know what that slash means, which now makes me very concerned because I don't know if I have left other things that I don't want to be modifiable as modifiable on others. I have several different settings for lots of different channels, and I don't know what's what anymore. This is the full line. Alright. That only unlocked the Stone Hamlet document. That is weird because I right-clicked on the Nobles document. Let's see here, share. Anyone with the link. Share 22 files. Oh! Audiences, anyone with the link. General access. There we go. Let's see if that did something. I'm learning a thing. Come on, come get me. Good job, good job. And good job. For anyone watching and not knowing what's going on my Discord I have all kinds of channels for all kinds of different things, and on one of the channels that has been around for a while, I have links to Google documents that I saved of some of the OG Refugee to Regent rules. And then, on another channel, juked him. On another channel, I have been making the modified list of rules in a sort of a checklist format for myself to follow when it comes to doing the challenge here soon. And those are the two topics that have been getting dealt with recently. Cuddles had demonstrated that anyone with Patreon rank could actually post to that channel, and that was not intentional. Oh, you got me. And then Naki was saying that they had found the original files, or at least the links to them, but could not access them. Bye! Ouch. This weekend, which is like several days from now, but this weekend, I think I'm going to get the process started for making the audiobooks of Skyrim videos. reminds me. Notepad. Notepad? Notepad. Notepad. I apparently shifted where the icon was. Sweet. Look up. There we go. Minimize that. Had to make a note on my to-do list. I want to have a checklist for all the official titles for the list of books in not just Skyrim, but also Morrowind and Oblivion, Daggerfall and Arena and Elder Scrolls Online. Anything and everything that I can get my hands on as far as books to have as books in Skyrim. I want to include them. And hopefully I can compile that list easily enough and start finding out which ones are going to need to be read by me versus the ones that I can just reliably use the modded audiobook format or whatever. And as I talked about in the past, there are a number of readers who have all of the grace and character of sandpaper. And have no business reading audiobooks, even to a dead cat. And yes, I am opinionated on that subject. There are a number of books in the Elder Scrolls lore that are just, they are so tedious and so dry that really the only reason to read them is to get the lore that's in them. Like there's some that don't even have any information that can be used for anything in any of the games. They are just there to expose lore, or exposit. I guess exposit is the better word. Blow and remove fingers from their nose, both from and in. From in and on. There we go. Yeah. Like right now, I feel like I could probably get by with doing a little bit of narration. However, even I feel like I've got a little bit of a going on, and I would not want that to come through. Like, I would defer working on reading narration until after my sinuses are fully back to normal, or at least very close. But I betcha, I don't sound that bad right now. I know I don't sound nearly as bad as I did a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. My goodness. Now, I am biased, but I would like to think that, at least right now, my voice is not too harsh. It's not too nasally. It's my sinus, whatever thing is going on, isn't coming through to the forefront. I don't feel like I'm slurring my speech out of exhaustion. And even with that said, I still don't feel like I am well enough to do narration. Well, I thank you for that assessment. I definitely still feel it. I would most certainly be reading in shifts if I were to be doing it, because my throat has been getting dry very quickly. On that subject, by the way, we are looking into getting some humidifiers, not just the little $20 deals either. We're looking into getting like those heftier kind of $50 things, or at least the $40 ones. They might be a little bit overkill for these slightly smaller rooms, but the humidity has been having enough of a negative effect on both of us that we are willing to try, and we're going to get one for sure and give it a go. Obviously, we'll have to get the distilled water or whatever for it, but if we can tell a marked improvement in our health and well-being and our breathing and our sinuses and all that kind of stuff, then we're going to get one for the other end of the house as well, because this has been the big identifier for when we are not feeling our peak, is also the same time that it is so dry that blinking hurts. So we are looking around and weighing the details on different kinds of humidifiers. And I will definitely be sharing my findings on them when we do finally decide what we're going to do on that matter, because I don't like being miserable. Some people like being miserable. I don't. I don't want to have to spend my free time miserable. Also, I don't want to be miserable while working, but if I'm just chilling, I don't want to be feeling awful while doing it. She came from Texas, by the way, and not the northwestern super dry part either. She came from like I guess the best way to describe it is partway between Dallas and Houston, and the air there is so humid all the time. There is not such thing as dry in that part of Texas, and she just is not used to all this dry weather that has honestly only been a new thing to my area. My area has, for most of my life, been relatively medium to high humidity. And it's only been in the last couple decades that it has started getting significantly drier. And I've just been too stubborn to get a humidifier because, well, I haven't had to use a humidifier my whole life. Why should I start now? Well, why should I start now? Because I don't want to be miserable. That's why. I also wonder if maybe having a humidifier might help in some way with my joint stiffness. I don't know if that's even a thing that a humidifier can help. Well, bye. No, it's still right there. I can get you. Aha. You have been hello. You have been salvaged. I don't suspect it can, but if it does, then that's another point in the pros column. This. There's also another video that I've been meaning to record and put out on my channel. It's a little bit different than most of the rest of my stuff, but I like to listen to sort of ambience and stuff when I am in bed. It helps to neutralize the ease in my ear by having other sound going on. Because otherwise, if I'm just laying there, all I hear is constantly just ee, and it's way higher pitched than I could even make with my mouth. But it's two different notes, one for each ear. They do not harmonize. And it's just awful. But by having other things to listen to, I can sort of pretend that the E's aren't there. And so I like to have little ambient stuff like, you know, rain and thunder and leaves blowing and white noise and static and stuff like that. And so I have an idea for a couple Minecraft videos that I want to put up on my channel so that I can use them for my sleeping. What on? Oh, PV2. No, you. No. That iron ingot that zombie dropped a little bit ago. Back a long time ago, I was doing the Skyblock challenge on my channel. You suck. That's right. Mess with each other. And I built a nice dark room, mob spawning area, and I was getting all manner of drops, and I was staying on top of picking everything up, and I was getting stuff from spiders and creepers and skeletons and zombies, just everything you'd want from a nice growing skyblock. But in the several months after I had initially installed the dark spawning area, I had only received a grand whopping total of one single iron ingot. Couldn't make another bucket, couldn't make shears, couldn't make anything at all with iron because I wasn't getting any. It was just terrible. In fact, if memory serves, the main reason why I decided to just hang up that project was I just was not getting iron. There we go. The heat sink layer is complete. Don't let go. I said don't let go. Oh, well, that just ran out us all. Wait a minute, I just realized something. Come over here. Come over to this. Go reload. Holy smokes. Yeah, I got 2 subscribers since I started streaming. Because I saw it take up to 1998. And then during the stream, Maddie Rose subscribed. But now it says 1999. I'm one subscriber away from that magical 2000. That feels so good. Oh, that's overshooting a bit. Oh, I haven't messaged hold my hobo in a while. Oh no, that's not where you go. Ah! Well, bye. Just for the novelty? Opportunity taken just for the novelty of it. Just for the novelty of what? What am I missing over here? What's going on? I'm not sure what's going on over here. I am missing some element. Probably argon. So I think when it comes to the rest of this build, what I'm going to do is just work on getting all the rest of these four corners. You can see that corner there, and then you can't see that one, or I guess over there, that one. But I want to get all four of the corners up to that height so that I can just clean slate, make this row, this layer here, all the way around. Just do the whole thing as the base plate, and that way all that needs to be worked on is this up. And it can be done in one whole pass. I've been thinking about how I wanted to approach it. I was originally going to just do the front, that way it was more impactful that way, but it is a lot easier to build from the bottom up than the side over. You are under no obligation, Cuddles. Anything you do, I am very grateful for. But there's no obligation for you to work on any of my projects. I appreciate your help. The other day I gave my hand at trying to do a little bit of small crocheting to make a little bit of progress on one of my things. And I've come to the conclusion that I still need to wait for my wrists to finish healing before I do that, because it made things so much worse. I mean, go figure. Trying to do fine motor movements with the wrist that is not supposed to be bending causes issues. Who'd have thunk it? As a matter of fact, the only saving grace for being able to do this Minecraft and other stuff is that I can rest my hand flat and largely immobilized on the laptop or on the keyboard tray and just position my hand so that my fingers are in home row, and then only if I need to press a button that's in a weird position do I have to worry about moving my hand around. Have I come up with any fake forms of magic or classes? Well, I mean, there's Kitchen Witchin', which utilizes a person's beliefs in what they perceive different spices as representing to make things that are used, like poultices and stuff like that, for healing herbs and herbs of banishment and things like that. And they set out little pies on the window that act as protection and things like that. So magic by food. Let's see here. I have an entire culture of magic based around these what are effectively sentient crystals. and the sentient crystals are not actually part of the people using the magic. Sentient crystals are the source of the magic, and they just don't know. I have another one in my Blessing Gear series that's harder to briefly explain. But it's designed around the energy of the world and a sort of mythology that goes with the creation of the world. I have a sort of good versus evil magic system that I am using in a couple stories, including some that are tied to my Caitlyn universe. I guess, in short, the answer is yes. I have made some fake forms of magic in classes and things. You have reminded me, though, that I need to get onto Elmaze and have him take his next turn. Because of conversation we were having and doing some meme sharing and stuff, an image came up that spawned a really interesting one-off semi D&D campaign, and we spent the whole rest of the night until, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 in the morning the next morning, going through what he was doing and the exploration and all that kind of stuff. And he had triggered several of the events that I had come up with, and there's just a little bit left for him to reveal and to do before I close it up, and I want to make sure that it doesn't just turn into one of those, haha, we got 80% of the way through something and now it's never going to get touched again. So I have to make sure he finishes his turns. Would my alien join the Dark Brotherhood? Now that is an interesting question, and the alien doesn't really care about whether subjectively something seems good or evil or whatever. He is more interested in objective, I guess, balance. And I have been pondering what I would be doing with the Dark Brotherhood series. I know what my Blessing Gear character will do. That's a whole other thing. But my alien character, whose name I have come up with and will share when I start the series, and I will explain where I got the name from when I do. But the alien character, I think, is going to be interested in whatever the Dark Brotherhood is, to the point of, well, maybe this might be an avenue whereby I can discover some of the mysteries that I am encountering, and then, come on, again, there you go, and then get them to the point where they are the listener, and they will recognize, oh, this other being is not quite one of the cosmic minds, and so maybe what I'm witnessing here on this world is a civilization that is on the verge, or at least some of it is on the verge of being able to become cosmic minds. And I have thought about that and the ordering of how I want to do things. And I want to do the Dwemer and the Black Reach and all that kind of stuff after this realization, which is going to be utilizing the Dark Brotherhood. And then he's going to go, so here's an entire culture that just up and mysteriously vanished, but what if they didn't vanish? What if the entire culture became, in their own way, a cosmic culture, and that's why we haven't heard from them? And so I think when it comes to the Dark Brotherhood, my character is not going to join out of some sense of must kill the bad guys or whatever, or destroy them from the inside out or whatever. I think what he's going to do is he's going to just bumble his way in effectively and try to do what is objectively the most agreeable thing, and then use that as a point of discovery. I think that's how I'm going to treat it. So he's not there to assassinate. He is there to understand more of the intricacies and nuances of Nern. Similarly, when my character is finally introduced to the Thieves Guild, he's going to be sent there because of the Stones of Baron Zaya. And he's going to be introduced to the fact that there's this group of people who managed to get their hands on sometimes very unique artifacts, and he will use it as a way to broaden his search for things. I don't know if I'm going to have him join Nocturnal. As a matter of fact, that's one mod I need to include. Go to Nocturnal. There is a mod that I saw recently that you could just outright say, no, I don't want to become a Nightingale. I just want to be in the Thieves Guild. Thank you very much. Because the skeleton key is, it's novel. And hopefully at this point, my dude will have accrued enough capabilities through all of his adventuring to be able to at least partially reestablish himself as one of the more cosmic beings, and be able to view himself as one of the peers of these so-called Daedra and Aedra and all that kind of stuff. But I think as far as trying to identify situations where he can learn new things, or at the very least discover new places, I think that he will look at the Thieves Guild as an opportunity to do that. Not so much, I have to restore them to their former glory, which he might inadvertently do anyway, but more along the lines of, this looks like an opportunity for me to be able to see places that I normally would not have been able to see or would not have known about, and perhaps get my hands on clues toward just what's going on here in Skyrim and on this planet and things like that. That, I think, is going to be the motivation for doing some of these guild quest lines. I'm still up in the air about the full Dark Brotherhood thing, but I think that what I'm going to do is, from the very beginning, when you're outside Whiterun and they're talking about the Jester and you go help Cicero and get the 500 gold, which, by the way, that's a great way to get some gold early game. I'm going to RP it as knowing that there's something tied to that coffin. I just can't make out what yet. And then later, when Cicero shows up, I'll go, ah, that's what it is. And then in the scene where I am supposed to be investigating just what it is that Cicero is doing, and I find myself locked inside the coffin with the Dark Mother, I will say, or I will view it as an actual deliberate chance for me to have a conversation with whatever this entity is that's in the coffin, and then Cicero is just going to be secondary to the event. And then that will make me understand a little bit better what's going on, but I think at that point I will no longer be interested in going on these assassination runs or anything like that, because I realize, it's one of those not quite yet cosmic beings, just a being that hasn't figured itself out yet. So this is a dead end, so to speak. I don't know if that answers the intention of your question well enough or not. Take a drink here. Now, I do know that after I'm done with this stream, I'm going to be just on Discord and voice and working on the Refugee to Regent checklist documentation. And then after I get to a point I'm satisfied with during that, I will probably wrap up the evening by doing a little bit more Skyrim. I might even stream that on Discord too. And I want to get all the rest of this preparation done before the end of the year for both of these projects, so that next year I can just start these projects and then have my time that was being spent doing all this behind the scenes preparatory work, I can spend all that time and energy on, you know, the other aspects of things that I've been needing to get work done on, like my writing and whatnot. I figure if I assemble once they are going, I can free up the rest of my time. That's my hope anyway. Oops. Oh, I don't know if you're still watching, Johnny, but uh, we had talked about how my Thorn of Night logo is an ambigram, and I was trying to find a suitable file that I could play that Streamlabs would actually let me display in stream to show you the nature of the ambigram. And I wanted to mention that at the beginning of my video for the intro to the Skyrim unupdate video. Sorry, I got distracted by reading something while I was talking and my brain just went 9 different directions. At the beginning of the video for the update thing, I included the intro snip that I use on all of my other videos. And if you watch that, you will see in the video as Thorn of Night is turned in a total upside down, so you can read it upside down as also Thorn of Night. I remembered our conversation about that some time ago and wanted to point out the beginning of the video. Okay. Based on the time, it's about 11:45. I think what I'm going to do is just finish off this layer and then wrap up the stream. That way I can get some more work done on other things, have a little bit more breathing room for my transition time. So, let's see here. Is there anything else that I wanted to cover? Oh, here, come get me. Bye. I don't... I have been thinking about polishing off and dusting off the attempts at trying to modify Fallout New Vegas. But what I ended up doing when I did mod New Vegas was both attempts, the new file and also the existing save, both of them ended up succumbing to there's something that happens that perpetually crashes the game issue. And chances are it's 2 different things. But I did try to get a crash logger for it, And what I found out was on a completely unrelated crash that wasn't part of those two, there's just these systemic issues that nothing seems to be able to fix inside Fallout New Vegas. It just workn't. And at least back then, I could not find any adequate unofficial F&V patches that would fix some of these issues. And so I kind of gave up on trying to mod that, but I have since discovered that Fallout 4 is stable on the lines of like Skyrim is stable, which I use those words loosely, but Skyrim is a lot more stable than Fallout New Vegas, and I believe that if I am going to want to mess around with getting maybe some Fallout started on my channel, I might just go ahead and go in as Fallout 4. Now, I have not played a lick of Fallout 4. I know some of the lore. Okay, a lot of the lore. I know some of the information about many of the quests and the characters and stuff like that because I do watch Juicehead and Camelworks and Dark Lore Dash and Epic Nate and who am I missing? It's not coming to mind right now. There are a number of YouTubers. Fudge Muppet, that's another one. That cover lots and lots of content about most, if not all, of the Bethesda stuff. And I love finding about lore and hidden lore and stuff like that. I love that. It feeds my brain. If there's one thing I love, it's stories. But I am afraid that the amount of time and effort that it's going to take to get into setting up for something like that is going to have to be something that I will have to put off until after I have gotten the Skyrim series or series established and get the Refugee to Regent established and all that. I don't want to have to start a new franchise if I don't need to. But that said, there is a series that I'm wanting to run on my channel called The Sequence that covers a whole bunch of different games, but it is treated in a much different fashion. So I'm going to kind of just play things by ear, but I am holding off on downloading and installing Fallout 4 because I don't want to open up that door just yet. I know I said I would finish with that layer, but it's not quite midnight yet. I can at the very least get this layer started. else? What else has been on my fuzzy little mind lately? Oh, that's another thing. I am probably going to be, over the next 2 weeks, putting together the template for the idle clicker streams. Because I feel like that's something that I could do maybe on weekends as just an extra little something that is, it's a more like a mindless self-indulgence, not to be confused with the band of the same name. It's a low obligation kind of task, and it does appeal to a wide enough spectrum of crowd that I can have it just do its own thing. I don't have to worry about setting up too much for it. And I can have it running while I'm just talking about, you know, whatever. Or if I'm feeling particularly feisty, I can have that stream going and have it just be a no commentary stream. I don't know if that would be fun or not, but it's a thing that I can keep in mind. I believe this track played near or at the beginning of today's stream. Let's see here. It's still before midnight. So I'm gonna keep going a little bit longer. I'll do this layer. How's that? This will be the log off layer. So one of the things that I think is neat that arose from this new video that I put out for unupdating Skyrim is one of the people who joined my channel years and years ago, like 9 years ago or so, joined it because of my video on how to fix the missing buttons in a mod for Minecraft called NEI, or was it JEI? Is JEI the new one? There's not enough items or just enough items. They're both the same mod, it's just they're different. Anyway, I put up a video on how to get your buttons back if you accidentally lost them, and it has been one of the staples on my channel. It's the video with the most views, like well over 100,000 views. And this person messaged that they had been on my channel since that video, and that they came to find my video on the unupdating thing. They said that they were very happy to see that I'm still putting out stuff that is that necessary, even though it's silly that that sort of thing is necessary to put out. So 9 years apart, they found two equally useful to them videos on my channel. And I absolutely love that I'm able to help people fix their issues with their games. I know I might be a little wordy, but I try to be as specific and precise as possible. Not always concise, but definitely precise. Which means I step-by-step things. Often, it's probably more than is necessary to get the point across, but I don't like to leave things unsaid. I am glad I had a little bit more, I guess, practice when it came to making this video compared to the previous one. The previous one was just kind of, I was very frustrated, and I knew I needed to get something out, because if I was that frustrated with trying to solve this problem, then surely everyone else is too. And there just were not any videos on how to do it. Oh, this comes over here, right? No. Hold on now. I see what's going on. This is supposed to be back here. I thought something was looking funny that whole way through. Oh. Now it's after midnight, but I want to finish this layer. Even with that little backtracking, it's not going to take too much longer. Hey, it's Mr. Lancelot. Just Mr. Lancelot? Oh, and there's the other two as well. Oh, well look at that. Gold rank is working. Now Netherite rank isn't working, but now YouTube rank is working. I tell ya. Technology is fun. Oh, by the way, as to respond about your message, Cuddles, about wanting to read Amber, I did in the past offer to give you the first draft of it for you to read, and you said no, you wanted to read it. Hello. You wanted to read it when it was fully published. And that's fair. It's not unreasonable. But you do have the opportunity to read it. But yes, I'm also frustrated with my progress on putting the last details in it, because since I wrote that first draft of it, I have written and published 2 whole books and still not finished Amber to my liking. And I need to get that done. Need to move on with things, because I definitely do identify that not finishing Amber is making me feel like I don't have the right to work on other projects, even though it's the other projects that are the ones that are coming to mind. Like, I have 2 whole sagas that I need to work on. I have whole collections of short stories, bunches of other stuff. And in my mind, a lot of it hinges on finishing Amber first. And I've just been dragging my feet on it. And or things have just made it grind to a halt. Thank you. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. I guess it's daytime again. Almost done. And I can't think of anything else that I wanted to yammer about today. I will say thank you for helping me identify that I needed to mess around with the permissions for the which one are you? Oh! Wait a minute. Huh? Your netherite shows up, but Mr. Merlin's netherite isn't showing up? What? That's weird. What? That's very weird. Hooray for something happening near the end of the stream. Anyway, finish this up. Ah, that's right. I think that's all of it. I don't see any here. Okay, no holes, no gaps, nothing looks out of place. Everything seems to line up properly. Looks good. All right. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these are honestly going to be long task levels, but yeah, one more session and this tier 4 Menger Sponge will be done. And then I can move over to start that one. And then after that one's done, I can come over here to work on, actually, I need to build the rest of this up to that layer, and then I can work on the corners. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, a lot of progress today, and I am looking forward to finishing this up. Tomorrow I will be working on, hopefully, the data pack collection for the refugee to regent. What I'm going to be doing is vetting the different data packs for when I can use some of their functions during which stages of refugee to regent. Some of them I might be able to use right off the bat, not sure. Most are probably going to have to wait until iron or later stage for me to be able to use them, including the new in town, and that's fine. While I would have loved to have started things off, just plant the caravan and just get straight into the new in town thing, I feel like having to deal with the constant issue of the wither skeletons is going to make doing the challenge not just challenging, but unpleasant. And I don't want to go. I want to enjoy this the experience in the series. I want to be able to look at it as a fun thing, even though there is the challenge involved. I don't want it to be unnecessarily challenging, and honestly, punching wither skeletons is just too much. So I'm going to put off using the new in town until I can, at the very least, be able to defend myself with probably stone. And also, uh, I can't really justify making the ramps and the platforms and stuff like that until I get at the very least to the stone stage. So I think I'm just going to wait until I finish the stone. I've begun the iron stage, and I can actually start building the new in town colony. So that's kind of where I'm going to go with that. But until then, I also want to know what other data packs I will be able to use in maybe some of the early stages. So that's what I'm going to be working on tomorrow, figuring that stuff out. I will be making a new map and seeing if anything weird happens. I do know that the Traveler data pack, the one that makes it so roadways, like things made out of polished stones and path blocks and stuff that you can run on to make you go faster. That seems to be causing a little bit of a load in my map, so I might go ahead and dispense with that. There's a couple others that I've taken out anyway, so I'm going to just make a new map and let it run whilst I am looking into the individual mods to see what stages they are going to come in at. And then armed with that information, I can further plan how I'm going to be messing with the sequence for Refugee to Regent. Also, I want to be able to have a good understanding of where I want to include the expansion into the other dimensions as far as the sequencing is concerned, because there's lots of stuff I can do in different order when it comes to the new in town. I can pick and choose which of those other dimensions to go to and make it feel like they belong in the sequence where they go. So I am going to fiddle around with balancing and ordering before I get the series started, as well as typing up that list of stuff for the Refugee to Regent channel. So there's a bunch of busy work that I need to do before the end of the year, because I want to get both the Skyrim stuff and the Refugee to Regent started on or by the new year. And that means a lot of behind the scenes and preparatory stuff between now and then, and that's what I'm going to be spending most of my streams and other downtime doing. Including after I'm done with this, I'll be doing that same sort of busy work on Discord. I'll be in voice probably, unless I forget to join or whatever. But I'm going to just stick to it and just finish them off so that I can start the new year with my projects and be able to do other things with a little bit more freedom. So tomorrow, data packs, and that will be Wednesday. Thursday, probably more Skyrim testing, because that really does need to keep going. And then I might do another stream on Friday, I'm not sure. I'll see how things go, how I'm feeling and all that. I might just spend this next weekend taking the rest of the weekend to just, as much as possible, get feeling better. That way next week I can just start normal. It's been so long since I've felt well enough. This has been a 3-week event. I have felt miserable. But I am on the recovery, and I'm hoping that this is just the tail end of it, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Thank you ever so very much for watching and spending time hanging out, chatting, sharing your news and information with me, spending the evening with me. And as always, I love to have the company. It makes it feel like I have someone just hanging out and visiting and chatting with me from the couch while I work on a project. And for me, the body doubling just helps a lot. It makes it so I can get things done, and also, hopefully, some of what I'm doing is entertaining for you guys. I was very excited to have gotten to the one away from 2,000 subscribers, and we'll see how that goes. Maybe I might be 2,000 subscribers tomorrow. That'll be exciting. I've got to figure out what I want to do for the celebration video slash stream. Anyway, we'll see. Uh, anyway, if you like this video, please give it a like. I appreciate it, and it does help. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them down in the comment section, or you can message over on Discord. I have a link to that down in the description. Go away, zombie. I have a link down to that in the description. All you have to do is follow the link and pick a role, and you'll be able to participate in all the rest of what's going on over on my Discord. If you haven't already, do please subscribe so that I can get to that lovely 2,000 mark and beyond. And also, I have a link down below to both my Streamlabs and my Patreon if you would like to help support in a more direct way than liking and subscribing. You want to say, here's $1 or however much. You can tip through Streamlabs, or you can support me on a more regular basis, like $1 a month or whatever, through Patreon. But I think that just about covers everything. Thank you very much for watching. This is Thorn of Night. This has been the Wild SMP on the Performium network, mc.performium.net. You can see that over on the right in yellow text. And I will talk to you later.